Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 try to get shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Okay. Anyone else close by this result, let me know. First number. 10-4. To give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline calling in, so they have a female veteran's off medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 try to get shot.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Okay. Anyone else close by this result, let me know.
I apologize, you guys. Nothing but StreamYard problems. Alright, I think everything's back. Good morning. Hopefully, I think it's working. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. Oh, come on, StreamYard. Okay, I think everything's back to normal. I apologize, you guys. As soon as I started up the live, it was nothing but problems with StreamYard. Just give me one moment. Thank you all for being here. I apologize. I don't get it. It's like a month now, and it's really driving me nuts. It really is. I appreciate all the updates, but at the cost of the production, it's not very. I'd rather not. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather it just go back to normal. Without these issues. Okay. Rosie should be joining here shortly. She's running a little bit behind as well. Very clear. Okay, good. I apologize. It looks like it's going up and down too with the connection or whatever. So if there's at some point, it sounds like I'm underwater. It happens from time to time and has this last month. I do apologize as well. It looks like it's going down again. But I wanted to. I was really wanting to do a show last night. There's a couple things I want to get into real quick. I was really wanting to do a show last night. I just was not able to get done in time uh, in order to have everything set and ready to go. So I don't know. I even made a cool little thumbnail for it the night before sentencing. I was just basically going to sit back and ask you all a bunch of questions on a bunch of different things when it came to the sentencing hearing today and some other things when it comes to the case, but maybe in the future. Just wasn't able to do it, but I'm going to ask some of you guys some of these questions. I know it's going to be a long day today. I'm anticipating being live for 8 hours or longer if it needs be. So I'm sure there's going to be some lunch breaks. There's going to be some breaks every couple hours or something, and so during those breaks, we'll go ahead and commentate uh, about the court hearing. During the court hearing, I'm just gonna, just like always, I'm just gonna let it. I'm just gonna let it do the the sentencing, and then we can talk during any breaks, just so that way everybody can hear. Because I want to make sure I can hear everything too, especially when it comes to these victim impact statements. And I also had heard that the prosecution had sat down with some of the families yesterday to discuss maybe some details of the crime for when it comes to the victim impact statements. But I don't know. I just feel like I feel like they're just gonna try and keep everything hush until they have to when it comes to how little uh, that they have when it comes to the direct evidence to BK besides the tip. I did a video, put it out yesterday, just the tip. Why I think it's just the tip. It's always been just the tip, and it'll never be anything else than just the tip. And so when it comes to a lot of these other documents, I just don't think that there's any going to be any huge. Yep, that's Bryan Kohberger for sure. That's Bryan Kohberger for sure. I don't know. It's just kind of how it's played out this whole time. Also, I'm going to be covering a missing persons case coming up here soon. This is crazy. And let me go ahead and remove the comments there for a second. This is a crazy story, you guys. He's been missing for years, and the mom and the dad had finally mentioned they're not sure where he's at. So it's a really crazy story. The father passed away from an OD about 8 months ago, and the mom moved away and isn't really having to answer questions when it comes to where little Hayden is. And so we'll be doing a show about that coming up soon. But here is the missing persons poster. So if you do recognize this little guy, there's the phone numbers that you can call. Crazy story if you haven't heard of it yet. And this family definitely needs answers because there's a lot of shady stuff going on. A lot of shady stuff going on. Yes, and also there's going to be a press conference. Payne, Dollinger, and Bill Thompson are going to have a press conference right afterwards. I'm sure they're going to gloat and they're going to be, yes, look what we did. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. BK doesn't even have to show up today. He doesn't even have to show up today for the sentencing. Will he show up? Uh, I'm sure maybe it'll be a Zoom or something. I don't know. We'll see. Why wouldn't he? I would want to show up, right? To be there in person. Also, do you think he's going to say anything? I still don't think he's going to say anything. Well, yeah, Jacqueline, that was crazy because that's what I pointed out to everybody when we were watching the plea deal court hearing, I had looked at the docs that morning and I was like, wait a minute. They're asking for another discovery request. I mean, the paper, because it's all delayed. The paperwork, when it gets to where we can see it, it's always delayed by a day or two, sometimes a couple more, right? And so when we were doing the plea deal hearing and we were doing that live, I looked at the docket, and I saw that there was another discovery request that came through. But like I said, that stuff. That's why I say. That's why I say that Ann Taylor had to be bamboozled, just like the rest of us. She had to have, because just like in the tit video that I put out yesterday. I discussed, like, Ann Taylor was always up there. Like, what defense attorney do you see going up there screaming to the judge that she doesn't see the direct link to 1122? Video taken in Boise. Let's go. What's up, buddy? If you're not busy, you can hop up if you want. Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm good. Let me see here. Hold on. It's making me download it for some reason. Is it on? Let's see here. Hold on. Okay, I got you. Thank you. I appreciate you. What's up, Rosie? Good morning. Uh-oh.
Hi, CJ. How are you? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, where'd you go? You disappeared.
You can't see me?
No. Now I can. That's
okay.
weird.
Hi, everyone.
What, if you do this, you disappear? No, I'm still here. How'd that happen? How'd you disappear and then come back? That's pretty
I have no idea. Don't know.
That's pretty neat. What was I thinking? I forgot what I was even saying. Oh shoot. Sorry, I'm still half asleep myself. It's early as hell. I was up late. And it's early. But yeah, she's magic. By the way, let me share Rosie's link. Also, I wanted to kind of share something with you guys. I was scrolling through my timeline, and this came up, and I thought it was really interesting. It was a timeline, likely timing of the event, and it breaks it down in all in different times, and I thought it was very interesting, and it was very well put together, and I was like, wow, pretty interesting. But right now, let me see. Let me switch to it here real quick. I'm sorry, StreamYard is being a pain right now. There's nobody. There was a huge line. People were camping out since last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they would.
Yeah, it's when I went up to Delphi when they had that hearing. That was pretty crazy too, because they had actually not just camped overnight, and you would have seen it happen in this if there was a trial. These people had, like, you should have seen it. It was like when I showed up to the courthouse, there was one section where there was nothing really there. It was, that's where a lot of the officials would come in and out of the courthouse, so it was kind of blocked off in a way. But all the way around the courthouse were tents and campers, and I mean, it was really wild. You know, just to be like, I think in Delphi there was only like 15 to 20 people that were allowed, and there was like tons of people. So there was people that were camped out there for days that only got a chance to go in once, if at all. It was wild. So yeah, it was pretty crazy seeing all the people in line, and it wasn't your, mainstream media didn't have front access pass when it comes to skipping ahead the general public. So that was cool to see. I bet it kind of threw them for a loop, though. There was probably some people that went out there. They just got done eating their steak and eggs or something fancy, and you know what I mean. You gotta go. You gotta go muck it up with the people, right? So I'm sure they had their steak and egg dinner, all fancy, dressed up, and then they walk out and they're like, "Shoot, what? We got to camp? We got to camp out? What?"
Yeah, that would be a shock to them. I mean, they're not used to it. Let's just say that. They're definitely not used to that.
Yeah. And then you got to go right there because there was already people camping out. So it's not like they could go back to the hotel and.
Yeah. Go back to your tent. Yeah.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Who's this walking up? I don't even know who that is. Hold on. Let me rewind that. Let me switch over here. Whoa, StreamYard. Oh, my Lord. Look at this. Now it's doing all this. My bad, Rosie. Hold on.
No, that's fine. Don't worry at all. I have no idea who that was. Although he kind of looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is.
Who was that? Because they all of a sudden just started running up. Okay, that must have been him, right? No? Yeah, it is. I think people started running up, but no, they already went inside. I was going to take you into... Hold on, let me see here.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Everybody started running up, and let me see something. Let me see if I can find a different angle of a live feed here. That's way outside. Let me see. They're just live. They're not even actually. Let's see here. Because I looked on Twitter because there was some stuff on Twitter, but they're already inside. I'll just go to my Twitter here because I don't. The only person that's outside. Oh, here's something. Oh, it must be Steve G's family. Someone was waiting outside. Yeah, I can't. It was like here. Let me turn that down. It was like gosh, it was early. It was probably like 8 o'clock when I heard people were starting to camp out. So if it was 8 o'clock here, it would have been 7 o'clock Boise time. There's Steve G. So I'm gonna have different live feeds up. We're gonna do it like we do these world events, and I'm gonna pull up a few different live feeds. That way we have different angles to flip back and forth to until court starts.
And Caddy's asking if it was the Laramie's family lawyer. It might have been, because I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't remember where.
Let's see. Here's Steve G walking up to the...
Is there anything to say before the hearing?
Not before the hearing.
Will you guys be speaking before the prosecutor and law enforcement speak 45 minutes after the hearing?
We don't have the schedule yet,
Okay.
so thank you.
Do you plan to speak after the hearing?
I think so.
Yeah, we hope we don't.
What is
We
the
hope we use enough attention that he actually comes.
Oh, poor families.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll get that ready. We'll flip back over here. We got this feed over here, and we got this other feed over here. So we got, then I got the courthouse stream up, and let me see if I can find one more angle. We still got about 35 minutes. Let me see here. Okay, I do want to go through this timeline, though. Like I said, I thought it was real interesting. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna just make sure. Oh, let's see here. I think that's a different feed as well. Let me see. There's that. All right. Ooh, I got two other feeds. Excuse me. So let me open up that one. All right. Turn that feed on, and let me get this feed up as well. Good morning, everybody. I apologize. I can't see chat yet while I'm getting all this stuff set up here. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rosie.
No, I said I'll keep an eye on chat.
Let's see here. So we got that feed, that feed, that feed. Right. This feed. That feed. All right. Then that.
That's a lot.
All right. Yeah, that's good. I like to have, like, you know, whenever we're doing these, I like to have all these different options because you never know what's going to happen. Okay, let me go to Twitter here. Then I do want to go through that list though. But this is Morgan Romero from the local TV station there. So let me share this.
Good morning, everyone. Morgan Romero with KTVB in Boise, Idaho. We're outside the Ada County Courthouse this morning where Bryan Kohberger will be sentenced. Judge Stephen Hippler is going to sentence him here. He is not bound by the plea agreement that Bryan Kohberger and his defense attorneys and the prosecution have signed off on. He could issue a different lesser sentence, but we really don't expect that to happen. As part of that plea agreement that was already settled a couple weeks ago, we do know that Bryan Kohberger will spend the rest of his life in prison if the judge agrees to it, without the chance of parole and without the chance to appeal his case. But here at the courthouse this morning, there are about 70, if not more, people in line from all over. There's at least 20 different media organizations from across the region and from across the nation. Still a ton of interest in this case. It's been about 2.5 years since this all unfolded outside the University of Idaho, where Bryan Kohberger, again, has admitted to doing this, killed Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Gonsalves on November 13th, 2022. At this point, we still don't know if there is a motive or any connection to these young victims. Without this case going to trial, there's a lot of information that we are still waiting on. The gag order has been lifted in this case, so we are expecting to hear from the prosecution and from law enforcement today, about 45 minutes after the sentencing ends. Inside the courtroom, we're expecting to hear from victims' families. They're going to give victim impact statements. I do know a lot of them are planning on reading those statements loud. They can also submit those statements to court or have somebody read them on their behalf. But we're expecting this final chapter, really, of Bryan Kohberger's quadruple murder case to be an emotional one. Stay with us on KTVB and...
Oh, you know it's going to be an emotional one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think out of everything that we've seen, this is going to be Like, this is going to be really tough to watch.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. This is from Bryan Enton from a little bit ago.
So the line is really, really long to get into the Bryan Kohberger sentencing. It starts there at the front. You can see it goes all the way around. Never seen this many people here. All the way around the courthouse. It's not even 6 a.m. yet really here.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's going to be a crazy day. You see all the media.
Holy crap, that's crazy. That's all media stuff right there, the tents. And, like, News Nation and all them had their own tents. Like,
they moved in.
Huh?
No, I mean, it's like they've moved in. They live there now.
Well, no, I mean, that's the general public is the one that had to stand the whole time, just, can you imagine watch some of them fall asleep during the court hearing, like they've been up all night. They're going to sit there. It's going to be toasty in the courtroom. They got the heat hitting their face. They're tired. It's all, it's quiet and calm. And, you just get that heat when that heat hits you, you're like, what's up? Good morning, AR. Let's see here. Yeah, I hate the early morning days.
So, yeah, it's going to be a crazy day. You see all the media out front.
If you'd like to hop up, let me know. Email me. I'll drop you a link.
My producer is in line, so I'm hoping I'll just switch out with her because I have to do a couple of live shots. But, yeah, it's the scene outside the courthouse. Bryan Kohberger sentencing. It starts at 9 o'clock local time, Boise time. And then that would be 11 a.m. Eastern. It will be streamed. And I believe this day is finally here.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of people. Some people slept here all night long. So anyway, talk to you guys later.
Yeah. It's finally there. That's where we're at. Let's see. We got what's going on over here. Let me turn this up. Let's see, nothing's going on that feed. You got this one. Some people still standing outside. I'm surprised. There's still people standing out. There's somebody doing some kind of live shot here. Let me pull up, see if there's another live feed coming up. Somebody getting interviewed. All right, here we go. Let me switch to. It must be a local news station.
Probably.
Because I'm not seeing anybody interviewed on any of these other feeds here. All right, let me go to this long crime.
Because, like has been pointed out, he still does have an appeal possible. And now Garza really only in Idaho only really relates to an ineffective assistance of counsel argument, but that can be made. And people should know, like, if you can make an argument later that your lawyer tricked you into a plea or something, you should have the right to appeal that. But that's a very high bar. Garza sets a very high bar.
He already admitted
he's
that
most likely not
she was effective.
Get an appeal. It's a very, very narrow in that case. But I do think
that's what I don't understand. Yeah, there's always going to be that option, but that's the judge asked Bryan Kohberger the questions he asked him to make sure that didn't take place. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why he asked him, was your counsel effective? Did you fully understand? Like, all of those, are you under substances? Like, all of these different questions, right when he was jumped up, and he was ready to go ahead and talk. That's why the judge asked all those questions, to make sure that wasn't a possibility in the future.
Yeah, I mean, well, he has to prepare for that possibility because a lot of people were wondering about it. And I mean, I honestly think to appeal now, I think that for the people who did support him, he's lost a lot of trust. I don't think that would help. And I mean, for the most part, we can see that his counsel has been effective. I mean, I think, just in my opinion, I think that she's done a really good job. I think she's done the best she can.
Yeah, I mean, she was. I mean, hell, like I said, what lawyer stands up in front of the courtroom and in front of the judge and pleads that they don't see the link between their client and the crime? I mean,
Right.
like she literally pled for his innocence too. In all of those court hearings, she went. You don't see it that often, and so when an attorney's doing that, especially a defense attorney, they're that says a lot. It says a lot, with the support and what they think, and that's why she kept asking for those discovery requests, and she kept telling the court that she didn't see the link because she didn't, because Bill Thompson said there wasn't any link.
Yeah, exactly. I think she did even more than she needed to. I just don't see how that appeal would work at this point.
But this is why in the last show I brought it up, like, this is no strategy, because you look at all the questions that exist in this case. I'm sure one jury member would have the same questions, and that means reasonable doubt. It means, when you're questioning everything as well. And so, plus, if you get convicted of a DP, you're at the top of the list for the Innocence Project. If you waive an appeal and you waive a parole option, you're at the very bottom. So if that was your strategy, it's kind of like I was talking with Andrew D. Myers on our last show. If that was your strategy, you're dumb as hell, because that's the complete backwards way you want to go about it. Like, because you have an average of 27 years to get put to death if you're convicted of a death penalty in Idaho. Average 27 years. It takes you 10 years to go through the Innocence Project and get released. If that's what if that's what your goal is, and the evidence shows that, you're talking, you got plenty of time to be put to death. It puts you at the top of the list. You automatically, as soon as you're behind the bars where you're supposed to be, until then, the ball's already rolling. It's already rolling. You know what I'm? So this whole, how it's some kind of strategy, I just this was no strategy. It was not a strategy at all. It was backwards.
I mean, it was strange. It took me a lot of time to come to terms with it, but I think that if he says that he did it, then I don't see why people would take that as a strategy. I mean,
they were saying,
yeah,
they were
says he did it. Sorry,
well, what they meant by strategy is that he was pleading to it so then he could file an appeal.
I know, but
and it's like, no. I mean, is that a teeny ass percent? Yeah, of course, because there's always something that can happen. But if you really break it down, it's like, no. The judge already asked him all the questions. The stuff that he could use, we already went through that list during the plea deal hearing, and he already basically knocked those out of the way and can't even use those because he answered the questions in the courtroom. So, and then the whole he just didn't want to get convicted and he was trying to get a plea. No, No. When somebody, it's like I've said, when the plea deal announcement took place and it was cemented during that plea deal hearing. If somebody's taken that kind of plea deal, when you had that, you had a way better chance than anybody else of winning, and you're taking that kind of plea deal. It says that you did it. I mean, who in their right mind that didn't do the crime take that plea deal? Nobody. Nobody. Even people that did the crime typically ain't taking that
Yeah.
plea deal. No parole, no appeal. Like, that's usually there's an appeal
Yeah.
with these crimes. Usually there's an appeal. So when somebody waives that, even, it's like, dang. Because I really feel like if he would have, if they would have sat down and he would have said, nope, I'm not going to accept the plea deal unless you make sure there's an appeal in there. That's somebody who's innocent that's trying to do some kind of strategy is going to make sure that that's included. And we all knew that they had the prosecution by the balls, because all it was just a tip and circumstantial evidence. You can convince one jury member that there's reasonable doubt. And so, yeah, that person, when they take that kind of plea, they obviously did it. I want to run through this real quick, though, here. This was that timeline that I was talking about, that I saw yesterday, and I wanted to kind of share it with you guys. So this was in the Idaho Murders Facebook group, Nana Foster, and it was from yesterday sometime. I thought it was real interesting, though. It says likely timing of mass murder event from parking to leaving, 12 minutes 45 seconds. Law enforcement FBI did timed runs that would have been presented at trial. From 4:08 a.m., parked directly behind the house in upper parking area, to 4:45 a.m., seen speeding away on 1112 King Road cam. So the part that they're talking about is, on my footage where I'm driving you back there, you park back. Like I said, when I went there, that would have been the perfect spot. 3 minutes to prepare kill kit forensic mitigation seat floorboard coverings at 4:11. So I thought that was real interesting. Breaking it down. 30 seconds walk from the car to the kitchen. I not even 30 seconds. So they're being generous. 30 seconds from kitchen to Maddie's room. Now, it might have taken a little bit longer than that. So you balance it out and it equals out. A little bit less to walk from the car to the kitchen, a little bit more to walk from the kitchen to Maddie's room. All right. 30 stabs Maddie before Kaylee wakes up. 30 seconds. Okay, so for 30 seconds, they're saying that Maddie is being attacked before Kaylee wakes up. Maddie likely intended target. Then chaos ensued when he found Kaylee there too at 4:12:30. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for the attack on Kaylee, and then maybe Maddie more, 4:15. That's what time, the timestamp, 4:15. 45 seconds, unexpectedly encounters Xana upstairs, then follows her down to her room at 4:15:45. 1 minute and 45 seconds, gaslit her, then attacking her, 4:17:34. 11:12 King Road audio of Xana thud as her dead weight hits the floor, and then the dog barking. 45 seconds for the attack on Ethan while sleeping. The injuries, so he won't wake up, get up, and make a scene. That's 4:18:15. 1 minute, sits down to rest, clean in Xana's chair, 4:19:15. 45 seconds to take out Ethan while sleeping. Oh, I'm sorry. 15 second, then the 1 minute sit, rest, clean, 4:19:15. 15 seconds, walk to kitchen door, and Dylan sees him with the balaclava on and probably knife wrapped in a towel or shirt. 4:19:30. 1 minute to take off Tyvek suit before getting into the car and speeding off at 4:20:45. And then 15 minutes of missing time between leaving the house at 4:20 and phone turned back on at side street near Blaine at 4:48 a.m. He likely hid the bagged forensic evidence, I think, somewhere off the side of Sand Road, to be picked up later that evening when the phone goes offline again. That's very interesting.
It is. I mean, do you think that he had, or I know some people still don't want to say him, but like, do you think that he had gone into the house when they weren't home and kind of checked that layout, like practiced it almost?
Well, it's okay. I still don't think that he came through the sliding glass door on the second floor. I just, that's one of the biggest questions I'll ever have, is the gain of entry. Because like I said, when I went there and I'm looking at the house, that back corner of the third floor deck, you can literally lunge yourself up there, and the last door that anybody's going to check or notice that something is wrong is that door. That's the last door anybody's and then the fact that Kaylee wasn't living there anymore would mean that door gets checked even less. You know what I'm saying? And if they're partying all day there, I can see somebody accidentally leaving the door unlocked up there. Because people had to be coming in and out, in and out, in and out. People ain't going to sit there and lock it every time. And, when you're intoxicated, you're not going to be paying attention, and you might have forgot to lock that door. I just really feel like they came through that third floor sliding glass door. And that's how they gained access into the house.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is kind of the last place that people would expect somebody to come in. I mean, I think it's very likely that it was unlocked. I mean, look, BK or not, probably BK, but I mean, I still struggle with it being one person. Like, I feel like he probably had an accomplice. I don't know. I know that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I know there would be evidence of that, like communication between him and somebody else. And maybe they do have an idea who that is. I don't know. I can't. Give me some time to let go of that idea.
Well, I thought the same thing until I watched that Prime Video doc. Mm-hmm. And I put out a video. But they hit me with a slap on the wrist, and so I just got rid of it. But this is when I was watching that. By the way, if anybody hasn't seen it yet, the link is in the description of this video. When I was watching it, and you're hearing Hunter and their friend Josie and Emily, and they're all talking about that day, the 12th, before the night came, and overnight is when they were attacked and killed. That whole day, I didn't realize this. This whole time that they were just drinking at night. There was a football game. There was a party at Sigma Chi. I thought everybody just started drinking at 7, 8 o'clock, right? But when I'm watching that Prime doc and I'm hearing Hunter say that he was already drunk by the early afternoon, They started drinking in the morning. Xana is promoting the party. Everybody come. They're all hanging out at 11:22. There's a huge party that lasted all day from the morning at 11:22. Hunter's drunk as hell. I hate to admit it, he said, but I was already drunk, and that was at noon. So if then you see them, they're going out to the football games, they're going to the parties, they're going out to the bars, and that's at like 2 in the morning. So you're literally drinking from the morning all the way until 2 in the morning. I've been intoxicated like that plenty of times in my younger days, and I'm telling you right now, like there's a point where you'd be so intoxicated, I don't even I don't even know how you'd be able to like physically fight anybody because you're so intoxicated. I mean, the awareness is already, your awareness is way delayed. Your motor skills, that's why you're not supposed to even drive. Your motor skills are completely affected. And so when it's that level of intoxication, I used to think what you thought the whole time, like how could one person do this for 2.5 years? I thought that. But when I heard about the events and them drinking all morning through the day, through the night, and then I'm sitting there going, dang, if it was that level of intoxication where most of their friends were so drunk they were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Okay. I understand.
That's a lot of, like, especially with like, just think about like your senses too. Like something weird happens, you're already delayed. You're already, you're like, what? Huh? And then stuff happens so quick. I don't know how I felt bad when I heard it, because when I heard that on that doc, I was like, dang, these poor souls didn't even have a chance. Like at least the last 2.5 years thinking, how could one person do this? You're picturing the victims in your head fighting back, and all of this, and then you hear this and you're like, oh my gosh, it goes from having visions of them fighting back to actually them like being incoherent and trying to fight back, and it makes sense why nobody had an injury either,
right,
that committed the crime.
No, I think that is a good point. I mean, I think that, as time goes on and we get more information, we'll probably understand the mechanisms of how exactly it all happened. But I mean, that is a good point as well. I mean, I don't think I've ever been that intoxicated, but it does make sense.
Yeah, I used to be in my younger days. I was wild. I was wild as shit. Yeah, I was wild as shit. Most of us, so I was always, because like I said, I could never understand how one with no injuries and not leave anything behind, right? Except for that sheath. But as I heard that, I was like, oh shit. Because I remember days where I was like, oh my gosh, that's what I'd be doing, drinking from the morning. It'd be late at night. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, you're fighting to like stay up. You're holding on to a freaking rail. You're just like, but when it comes to nobody hearing anything, and that's what I don't understand, is because when one of the latest interviews, you heard Steve G talking about the injuries, and when he was talking, you can see like people will tell you things with their body movements too. He touched the back of the skull, of his own skull, and he was talking about her injuries. Now we know that Kaylee was found up against the corner in that bedroom of Maddie's. And so it makes me think, if the gag was part, and if the gag was part of, you know, slamming the head against the fucking wall. But that's what I don't understand, period, is with, we've already did the videos in the very beginning where you hear how sounds travel in the house. The first couple months we were checking out the TikTok videos, and you could see how sound traveled in that house. We had people on panel back then where people that had lived at 1122 or had partied at 1122, we've had people on the panel, and they've even discussed how thin the walls were and how sound traveled in that property. And so that's what I'll never understand, is how nobody heard that stuff. You know, we've heard about how Dylan thought it was somebody partying and somebody she didn't recognize, you know, for the delay in the 8 hours. What kind of party did you think was going on upstairs, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like, if you live in an apartment and you have somebody that lives up above you, okay, you can hear their fucking TV, okay? So if you can hear somebody else's TV that lives above you, how in the hell do you not hear somebody fighting for their damn life or screaming or making sounds? Like, I don't understand it. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, especially since I think I'm so behind. I'm sorry. I haven't even finished the Prime documentary, but I mean, did we not hear that Dylan said she did not hear any? Not Dylan, sorry. Bethany said she told Dylan that she did not hear anything.
Bethany, no.
Yeah.
And I mean, that, you know, Bethany, I can see, you know, I'm not going to say I'll put it like this. Should she have heard something? Yeah, you got a half damn wall separate. You know, you're right up below. But at the same time, Dylan is right frickin' there, man. She's right in between both of them. That's where they had to walk in front of her door multiple times to do what they were doing. And you're again, like, it's not like the crime took place right above Bethany's, you know, because her ceiling would have been the part of the living room floor that had the couch and the TV. Okay, it's not the walkway that goes into Xana's bedroom. So it's not like she's directly below. But when it comes to, and that was a wood floor, so that would kind of muffle some of the sound too, the wood floor. When it comes to the floor of Maddie's, that's carpet, that's wood. That's when you're living below somebody and you can hear their TV. Dylan should have, I mean, I just don't understand. And that's why that 8 hours will never make sense to me. And it sucks that we'll never know why.
Yeah.
Because I know you said something about how you can't wait for the docs and stuff to come out, but I don't know, Rosie. I just honestly feel that's why I did that bet with Andrew D. Myers, the coffee bet, because they've been hiding stuff the whole time from the very beginning. From the first press conference, hell, from the first, when the crime took place, we didn't hear from them for 3 days. They've been hiding stuff from the very beginning. They've been hiding stuff the whole time, telling everybody, just wait, telling the families, just wait, just wait. You know, we have to show you, just wait, just wait. And I just honestly think that they were going to go to trial. They were prepared to go to trial to just go off of the tip. And that's it, because if Bill Thompson's sitting there telling you that they don't even have a direct link between BK and 1122, then that means that their CAS data, That means that their video footage. That means that their eyewitness statements and whatever else they had besides the tip was just going to be circumstantial.
Right.
And so I think it's going to reflect. I think when these documents get unredacted, I think we're going to see what they didn't want to show everybody from the very beginning, that they didn't have anything that was concrete to prove that BK did it other than the tip. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And I really think we're going to see that in the docs. We're going to see these docs come out, and this timeline might get confirmed or something. You know what I'm saying? Or we might know this order or something like that. But when it comes to the evidence that is going to show or prove to everybody that Bryan Kohberger's the one that committed this crime, I don't see it coming out, because I don't even think it's ever been there, and it never was. Otherwise, they would have wanted to use the sheath.
Yeah.
They didn't even want to use the sheath the whole time. They just wanted the tip. That's it.
Yeah. But I mean, I do hope that, because I mean, look, a lot of us looked at this case and felt, you know, that something strange was going on, even though we couldn't really tell what it was. And now that we know that he's done it, like, the main thing that I want to know, and I'm hoping is in those documents, is like, what, like you say, what were they hiding that made it look a certain way, even though he did do it? Because I mean, we were acting with not all of the information, so we made a lot of assumptions. What exactly were they hiding that made it look that way? Because now we know he did it, right? So what exactly is being...
They weren't hiding anything. They didn't have anything. That's what I'm saying. They had a bunch of circumstantial. That's why they couldn't even get the probable cause signed off until they got the DNA tip from the FBI. That's the only, because it had been pushed through multiple times and it was denied. Once they threw that DNA tip from the FBI, but they said that the Idaho State Patrol's the one who actually did the connection with the DNA. Even, you know, you look at the PCA, it doesn't say it, but it says Idaho State Patrol is the one, State Police is the one that did the connection. Oh, hold on one second.
Be seated. Thank you. Need 5 minutes.
Okay, so they need 5. All right, let me go back to this. All right. Damn it. I wish they wouldn't have done that, because anyway, because I was in the middle of saying something. I need more coffee. I barely even drank any yet.
Sorry, and I'm sorry about being so behind on everything that's happened as well.
No. Let me see. Oh, it's going to be a long day. Prepare yourself. But we'll go ahead. There's going to be plenty of breaks today. So I'm going to, when the court hearing starts, we'll go ahead and have it zoomed up, and then we'll go ahead and talk in between the breaks. And I'm going to take some notes while this is going on. So, and then that way, I'll go ahead and make an edit after the show's done of just the court hearing, if you wanted to watch that without the commentary. Gosh, what were we talking about, Rosie?
So you were explaining how they didn't have any evidence and they were wanting to just go with the tip, and the PCA pushed through a couple of times, but it didn't work until they brought in And then you were saying that it was Idaho State Patrol that they said.
Yeah, the Idaho in the PCA they say that Idaho State Police is the one that had the DNA connection.
Ready?
But
All right, thank you.
freaking
All right, this is CR 0124316665, State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through the clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that? All right, very well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. And make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache, so I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house. They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse. And I was still here when their kid, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed. But one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now, I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch. When we laid on the couch together all day, watching movies and snacking. When Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa, she would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. She always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to, and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone, and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind. And they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, 4 beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world. for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light they carried into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home, the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. Still trying, and I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with him. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel love even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. The experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream. All we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing, and we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and A was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be. Her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure, and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I am the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Caulfield, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother. As Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about 1.5 years old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became deedle-deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were 1 day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together, and she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance. requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only two blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now it's Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and know each other, and I took for granted the times she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she deserved every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if you want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends, and me to go and see the show, and that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too. And my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically. And anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore, and knowing that she was out there and that she was just such a beautiful person kept me alive a lot of rough moments, and I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm so glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her. more than anything, and it shouldn't have happened. And you know, a death sentence is one thing. You know when it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country, and eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be nothing but two initials forgotten to the wind, otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Stephen's actually going to pass. I'm going to go.
Okay. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello. I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them. And not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down. And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep. not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, "Light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not." Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. And so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness. But you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. If are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
All right. I was in the middle of making a new little screen for us, so we had your little picture on there too with the little banner and that little intermission screen. I figured one would be coming soon. We were hitting a little past the 2-hour mark, and holy hell, did Olivia piss off Bryan Kohberger? Did you all see that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Whoa.
I did as well.
He was giving her mean mugs. Yeah, she was definitely getting under his skin. And she, man, I'm going to be honest with you. Out of all these victim impact statements that I've ever heard from any time, that has to be the most powerful impact statement I've ever heard in my life.
Me too.
With what Olivia did. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're, I was speechless. I forgot to carry on taking notes there. I mean, also the thing of using the survey questions. I mean, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, using his own survey against him. Yeah, that's the impact statements of all impact statements. I've never, I was just sitting there, and then the way that, if you, man, I'm just sitting there going, because even with Steve talking, it was kind of crazy because you knew it was business time when he moved the podium.
Right, move furniture around, yeah.
Yeah, to face BK directly. I was like, oh shit, here we go. And you could see, there was like a staring contest, and BK did not break from it. He did not break from it at all. He was sitting there staring the whole time. Same face the whole time. But man, when Olivia was up there and she started really going in and using his own survey and stuff like that, you could see how it was just pissing him off, and the mean mugs he was doing, and he was definitely uncomfortable. But he kind of smirked when Steve G was talking there for a minute. It was around the 2-hour mark of this live, not necessarily the court hearing, but this live, the 2-hour mark. You could see him, or maybe just shortly before that, you could see him. He was kind of smirking on this side of his mouth. You could see like a smirk starting to come up on one side when Steve G was talking. And I'm like, yeah, as much as Steve G was telling him that he's not important and stuff like that, he knows how important he is, because he knows he holds the key to the answers of what they're all looking for, which is what took place, how it went down. But man, when Olivia got up there, I have a feeling like, as much as Dr. Catherine Ramslin is going to be requested to speak with him and study him like she does BTK, I really feel, because when you're talking about somebody that is that academically gifted, right? And it's all about being the smartest person in the room and knowing the most and flaunting it and whatever. The way that she went after him, she really broke him down. She really broke him down. And you could see because that whole time through, the Maddie stuff, which he was blinking a lot and stuff like that, but it never really broke him until Olivia started saying what she was saying. And I bet you he goes back to his cell after it's done today. I bet you he goes back to his cell because he'll sit there and he'll be like, man, that's my match. Like, that's the mental match that I want. I want that kind of game right there. Because as smart as you think you are, you also recognize another individual that is that smart too. And then it becomes another game of power on top of the game of power that you already have. So now that you have the power of the key, you have the power of the answers to what the families want, you know that you have somebody that is just as skilled as what you think you are mentally, and that will become the new battle for the key of information. I really feel like a BK is going to, I bet you Olivia is going to try and talk to him. Not Steve, because I don't think he'll be able to control himself enough. I really feel like Olivia is going to be the one that gets access to BK. And it's that game. If you think of the game like the Silence of the Lambs, and how he played the mental game with what's her name? It's such an old movie. Anthony Hopkins. He was playing a mental game with what's her name?
I haven't seen that. Sorry.
Oh, for real? Yeah, that it's this mental game, and so I can see him wanting to take on that mental game. Like, you know what? I have this key. I want to see if you can win it from me.
Yeah. But I mean, don't you think he's cautious of that? I mean, nobody's actually managed to get him to do anything like that until now. I mean,
No.
I would imagine he would want to stay away from it, but I understand what you mean as well. Like, this is what He's been
No,
wanted.
no, like that right. So once he committed the crime and once he accepted the plea deal, that game was done. He
Yeah.
just had the key to the information. There was no more games. Once he took that plea deal agreement, there's no more games. There's none. You already played the games. The games are over. Now, when because I wasn't even thinking about this. To me, I'm sitting here going, this dude, I could see him, going to his dying breath holding the secret. But now there's a new game. He was just introduced to a new game at this court hearing, the mental game that he ultimately, because everything else, the physical, he can, with how smart he thinks he is, he could literally be coming from a spot like, look, man, I'm not that physically good, but up here, if I would have been able to act out what I had planned up here, I would have never got caught. So he knows that he physically, that's not a game anymore. He already lost that game. Mentally, though, he still feels like he could win that game. And I really feel, because it's that power of the key. I could see him going, okay, win it from me, Olivia. Win it from me. And he could drag it out and he could play all these sick, twisted games, because then it's more motivation for him to try and become what he was trying to become in the first place. He got busted for being sloppy. He tried trying to do everything that he could, especially, with the alternate perp. He knew after that point that it's like, what power would he have if there was a trial and he was convicted and the evidence was put out there? He wouldn't have any kind of power after that. People would forget about him. People ain't going to forget about him right now. And he knows that. That's why he smirked at Steve G when he said that people are going to forget about him. He knows that they're not going to forget about him. He knows that. The only time they will forget about him is when everybody knows what took place and you don't see any books or anything like that on it. Then people will forget about it. But no, I really feel like that's his new motivation now. Like there's a reason to keep going, because there was nothing to look forward to after this. Yeah, you have the power, the key to the answers, but there was, what are you going to give that to your teacher? She's just going to listen to whatever you're going to say and take it as fact. Olivia is going to give you that game. You're going to be, that's what you want. You want people to figure out the puzzle. I'm BK, I'm sitting in prison. Olivia's talking to me. I say something to Olivia. Olivia goes back. She comes back in a month to have another discussion. And she comes back and she says, look, Kohberger, you fucking lied to me last time. Don't bullshit me. Tell me the damn truth. Ooh, okay. All right, that's what I want. I want that mental game. I want you to figure out that puzzle.
Yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense as well, because as far as I understand, that's, I could be wrong, but I mean, that is something that Bundy did as well, who is an interest of his. And I think that in terms of that dynamic that you're talking about, I think that Bundy did a lot of that when he spoke to people in prison. So he's emulating that even further then.
Yeah, because like he knows I messed up physically. He was trying to be the best up here. He academically, where he was going in life academically and what he was achieving in that field, he was becoming somebody that was very efficient at their work. Like Look at his academics. He was being very efficient and effective with what he was studying. He was becoming very efficient at it. The physical part, you can be as smart as you want to be. The physical has to come along with that too. And he realizes physically, I messed up. I'm not that good. I'm not that good as I thought I was physically. But man, if it would have played out like I had thought about it and planned it, because look at how close they got to almost not knowing who it was.
Yeah.
Just think if he wouldn't have dropped that sheath.
Yeah.
Would they have really even had any kind of, he could have been kicking it in PA still. And who knows what else he would have done. Like, he was that close. So smart-wise, mentally, he's like, oh yeah, win this key. Because you got to figure out the puzzle. You figure out the puzzle, you get the key.
Yeah. But I mean, the victim impact statements, I mean, for the majority of them did point out that he's not that smart if he got caught, at this point. So, I mean, I think that is what a lot of them are trying to do. They're trying to get at him by reminding him that at the end of the day, he's not that special. And I mean, I doubt that sinks in, but of course, I wish that he would take that in and then people would forget about him. But like you say, it's not.
He is that smart. To me, he is that smart. Because just like I said, if he wouldn't have dropped the sheath, think about it. If he wouldn't have dropped the sheath, was there any DNA in his vehicle? Was there any of his DNA at the crime scene other than the sheath? Was there any video evidence that directly showed him? They didn't even have a link between him and 1122. To me, the dude was smart as hell, because he literally could have got away with this if he wouldn't have been clumsy and dropped the sheath. They didn't even know how he entered or left the property. So to me, that's why he had that smirk when Steve G was saying that he's nobody and all that, because to me, I'm sitting there going, well, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for the sheath, I don't think they ever would have had any kind of direction on where to go. And for me, if you can go in there, commit 4 of those crimes, have it be as messy as Mabbott says, and not have any DNA connection outside of that house that ties you to the crime, holy hell, dude. Because that's the wildest part to me out of this all of this evidence that has been put out so far, is that he did not have any DNA at his house, in his car, anywhere of the victims, especially your car. Like I came from an industry of auto detail and body work, and the main was the detail, and I did a lot of detail for very high-end clients. And I'm telling you, I was saying, like, I could never even clean out a damn car that good. And back then I was getting paid like $200 a car. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's wild to me. I'm like, dang. Like, I had to make them come off like a showroom floor, like they just got bought. Tire, look at everything, windows, everything, just like it just got purchased. And I'm sitting there going, damn, I mean, I know I'm good because of who I was working for, but geez, how can this person get any kind of DNA trace whatsoever out of the vehicle? Because when they break down the vehicle, they break that thing down to pieces. They're swabbing every little crook and cranny,
Yeah, because they said.
We see it.
Go ahead.
No, they said they like dismantled the car.
Oh yeah, they will for sure.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank
Your
you
Honor.
all for being here. Appreciate you very much.
The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle. And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister. Just want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this and just for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I just want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time. I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me.
Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, a piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. And how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to Him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here in the plane and about halfway through the flight,
this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad, and then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me. And the impact was when she was gone, I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, That's the things that I miss most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? Whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, countless people. So that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. Could have been their friend, could have hung out. And it's like, this is the blessing, this is the whole kid was. And definitely was a big blessing in my life. And so is Jasmine. And basically, we worked hard to do the things we did, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me. Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far because a lot of kids, in the colleges, just for an example, they lock their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. At Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30, and I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance, and I regret that. And I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, "Don't be drinking and driving. You have to rent a car. Don't be drinking and driving." You know, the week before that. So she was she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know, because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're gonna go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know. And that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Santa was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Kernodle, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is pretty a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Dana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe. He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I'm grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know? Just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay. Right, state can argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count 1, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogan. On count 3, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count 4,
that the court sentence the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernhodel. On count 5, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison. He's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today. And he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility in execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Okay, there we go. All right, sorry, my StreamYard booted me out, so I had to wait until the court hearing's done. I'm gonna pull up this live feed of outside the courthouse. Oh, it just cut out. That's weird.
I can hear you still.
Let me see here. Yeah, I had to. Oh, did it freeze again? No, it didn't. Okay. I'm gonna try and get this set back up as we chat. What an impact statement from the judge.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it was. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Here's a live feed from outside. Let me share this real quick. I'm sorry. I really need. It's not working again.
Is it StreamYard? Is
Yeah.
it playing up?
It's still. I can't even control anything on my StreamYard right now. So distracting. Okay, now did I get booted?
I don't think so.
I have a black screen now. Hold on 1 second.
Sorry, everyone. CJ, I think you just went out and in again. Thank you for your patience. No. Thanks, Kid Kitty. See you later. Okay, CJ's back now.
I'm so tired of this. I apologize.
No problem. Is it working now?
Yeah, we'll see how long. I really need to look at another program, man. This is just, it's too much. It's too much at this point. So there's the live feed of the courthouse. Let me switch it around here real quick. It was kind of crazy because he said he made the comment about how, you know, like good penmanship, and I'm like, psh, have you seen his penmanship? I doubt judge is gonna applaud him for that. It was kind of it was interesting because he's like, I don't have anything to say in that regard. You know, he pretty much just scolded him as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. But I mean, in terms of everything that the judge said, I was kind of taken aback by how well he put all of that.
Yeah. I was kind of shocked as he was reading the counts and he just said no parole and he didn't mention appeal. And I was like, huh, that's weird. He's not mentioning no appeal with a no parole after he was saying life for each of the victims. But he said that he could file a notice of appeal, and then he has 40 days to do it, and it could affect the plea deal. Well, didn't you just go through the sentencing? I mean, you already did the plea deal hearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he was basically saying just make sure you speak to counsel about that because you can do it, but you really shouldn't.
Right,
From
I'm
what
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. I'm confused because I'm trying to think about it legally. Like, it could affect the plea. Like, that's where I would need some kind of criminal defense attorney that is skilled with DPs to tell us, well, if that affects the plea, then that affects the sentencing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that affects everything that took place because of the plea deal. So if the plea deal is I don't know. Because the whole Garza versus Idaho, he already, it's like what we said in the beginning. He already admitted that the things that you can use to file an appeal at that point, he already admitted that didn't take place. And so, what is this? Why are they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I thought there was something they
But-
forgot to say.
No,
Yeah.
but that, so like, I don't know. It's just that's very confusing. I mean, then why even have sentencing? Shouldn't there be like a time limit for that to take place before sentencing? Because once you do sentencing, you're doing that because of the plea deal. So I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it's really confusing. I don't understand anything legal, but I mean, I guess maybe it's something that the judge is just supposed to say. It's some kind of a formality, but he's saying in this case it doesn't really apply. So I guess he's saying like,
Yeah, he did.
yeah,
The judge had asked him because the documents that he signed, the judge referenced the documents, and in the
Yeah.
documents it said no parole, no appeal. Like the judge had referenced those documents when he asked if Bryan signed the documents, if he understood what the documents said, if he had an effective counsel, if he had any questions. Like, that was at that hearing, and in the documents, because there was a couple documents that he signed, one of them was admitting to each of the counts, and no parole, no appeal. The whole appeal thing, the Garza versus Idaho, that's just, it's kind of a different situation in a way, so I don't know, it's just weird. I would have to, like, yeah, you got 40 days to do it, but just of course it's gonna affect the plea deal, because part of the plea deal was no appeal. So then if you appeal, well, then of course it's affecting. So I don't know. It's just weird, but
yeah.
it the restitution, that was a lot more. I thought he was just gonna have to pay the funeral costs from what was stated in the other court hearing. But now he tacked on 50,000 for each family, 50,000 for the burglary, 10 years on top of the 4 life sentences that run consecutively. And so he owes $220,000. And so I think that would, I'm sure there's going to be a book, and he'll just use that to, because his parents, that's going to put his parents in kind of a bind too. And so I can see some kind of book taking place, whatever it is, any kind of book that comes from either Bryan or his family is probably going to sell at least that much for money. So I'm sure. And then of course, if it'll anything coming from BK, he's not going to be able to profit off of. But what can happen is it can be used to pay off the restitution, and so the families can get some money. It's unfortunate that things drug out this long, because the families can't file civilly. There's a 2-year maximum limit on it, and the parents are not able to, like, they even said they don't even have the actual, to go to civil trial. They don't even have the actual evidence that they can present to the courts to make the argument that he is guilty. So I don't know. I kind of wish in circumstances like this, where something like this happens, that the family's time limit starts after this period is done, and from here on out, 2 years from now, would give, I don't know. There's something that needs to be changed in the judicial system when it comes to,
Yeah, Sorry, I didn't realize it was 2 years. I thought it was 2 years from now. Is it not?
No, as far as last time I heard, it was. I had first thought that, and if anybody knows for sure, let me know. But the latest I was hearing was that the 2 years was from when it took place. So, because with OJ was already in cuffs just shortly right after, within a few days of when Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were murdered. And the trial ended up lasting like 7 months, but it was still within that time period. And so they were able to use the evidence that was presented at trial for the civil case, and then they won the civil case hands down. I don't know if anybody knows for sure. Let me know. But at first, I had heard it was the 2 years, but then they were talking about how the time limit was passed and how they don't even have the evidence that they could present in a civil trial to even prove his guilt. And so, I would think if there was that kind of time limit, the judge would, instead of saying it'll be days or not days, not weeks, but it could be months. I would be surprised if they wouldn't jump on that stuff right away to give the families the unredacted documents and stuff like that to make sure that they could go ahead and pursue it. Because it makes it sound to me like the judge is, me and Andrew's bet is a year from now. Until a year from now is we're going to wait to see what actually does come out, what doesn't. And so you're thinking it's going to be quite a long process in order for him to go through and decide on all those documents. Speaking of, what's up, Grizz? Speaking of, when it comes to these documents, what Bill Thompson was saying for his statement, it sounds to me when he was talking about keeping stuff from public view because of the dangers and all this other stuff, it sounds to me like they're going to actually try and push to keep everything as sealed as much as possible.
I'm sure.
So I don't know
Yeah.
if. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, one
No,
second.
I was just going to say, I suppose for everything that is going to be potentially unsealed, there will be a chance for each side to object, and that's going to make it take really long as well.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Steve's family just came out of the courthouse here. Hold on one second.
We got to clear.
Sorry, StreamYard's being buggy. I'm going to have to test out EvilleCJ again.
Yeah, I think it's
getting ridiculous. It's been a month now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me speed it up here. Steve and his family come out here. So they just went back live outside again here. All right, so now there's family leaving. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of interviews. There is a press conference that's supposed to be taking place as well. All right, and they're going to speak here. So I'll go ahead and let it go normal.
Yeah.
Connecting to my Wi-Fi.
as a prelude, it's been a long and emotional morning, so please show some peace to the families as they answer your questions. Thanks so much.
Well, it's almost been 3 years, and today's the end of a long, hard-fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. Glad we can move on.
Steve, the family or the judge talked about how we may never know a lie, and it may not be worth it to try to answer the lie with something so sensitive. It makes sense. What do you feel about that?
There's some truth to that, but then, you know, there's also the fact that, I mean, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, you know? So
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kid, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
it would corroborate things.
it would corroborate things. And he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then, you know, as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, you know, valuable, I think. And you know, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just a shortcut, and we said from the very beginning we're not interested in the shortcut for our daughter. You know, and we wanted everything.
Steve, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare him.
Because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and you know, his days of being protected are coming to an end. You know, from what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 12 minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that?
You know, I remember reading it saying "do not move," so I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, you know, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was." And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
Stephen Jr., you chose not to speak. Do you want to speak now? Is there anything you said?
I'd written up the statement. I don't know.
Yes, he will.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe let the court appropriate.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar, to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. Same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter.
Damn, he's calling it
Ultimately
out.
securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after
Damn.
just 5 years.
No
There was no
wonder.
trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice.
Damn. He's calling it out.
Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted triumph are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's
Preach.
record. It's about Kaylee.
Preach.
It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything
Preach.
to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother. Thank you.
Preach.
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives, and we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed.
Wow.
But
The president.
it was horrific
Wow.
what Kaylee went through. And I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general. But yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. These dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
Why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
look at me in my eye. You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that you needed? Or was this?
Yeah, 100%.
It's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system, treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, I want to ask, Olivia today was spectacular. But Olivia asked me,
Yeah, she was.
what was the other weapon you used on my sister? Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something you don't know there. Can you explain that?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that a little.
Huh?
The conversation we had with the prosecution
What?
was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers.
Other things than
They may
sin?
share some of that information at a
What?
later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the
What?
defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today is not the day. Okay?
What?
Thank you guys for being available.
Thanks.
What?
Irene will text you.
Okay, give me. Oh my God, StreamYard is bugging out so bad. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
No problem. Maybe the beanbag. I don't know. I mean, she said other things. But I mean, I guess when they're ready to talk about it, they will.
Oh my gosh. All right. Sorry. It keeps messing up. All right. Let me
No
get.
problem.
She just said that there was. Hold on. I wrote it down.
Mhm.
Okay. She just said that there was something happened to her other than the stabbing.
Yeah, she said other things done.
But there wasn't any sexual motivation. So what the hell could that be? And Shannon Gray cut her off real quick to stop her from saying more.
Yeah.
What the hell could it be?
Something involving a second weapon.
Yeah, but
And I mean, I'm assuming that's, well, they wouldn't know of it That
Oh,
sounds like,
like the bat shetty.
yeah.
Because there was a lot of damage done to her face.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, there was machetes and stuff that, I mean, you could go to my shows from the very start and I was showing you guys. I mean, I'd have to dig in through like couple-year-old folders. I don't even know where they would. I have so many folders for this case. It would take forever to try and find them, but now that it's over, I should just dump them all in one folder. But there are photos of machetes and things like that, pictures inside 1122. There's photos of them with machetes cutting up pumpkins at 1112 on the porch. Xana's throwing a watermelon, and Bethany is holding a machete ready to cut it in half.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it was. Well, like, this is what I always wondered, right? Because you talk of that, Dylan had said it looked like a vacuum. It was probably some sort of container. There was a burglary charge. They wanted to charge him with burglary of something. He took something. And I think that's why they did the burglary charge. Not that he broke in, but that he actually took something, and that was in his hand as he was leaving the scene. And I'm wondering if that's why they think that something was targeted. And then also you mix that with the injuries. So it makes me wonder, like, if it wasn't the knife that was in his hand, what else could it have been? And would it been something that would have been the other thing that happened to Kaylee? Because the comment sounds like it was a sexually motivated crime, but it wasn't from the prosecution. So,
I mean, like, they say there was no motivation, but they can't really know that. They can say that there was no evidence of anything that he did, but I mean, it's not necessarily like they don't know what was going on in his mind. It could have still been motivated that way. I mean, I saw. I'm trying to remember which.
like they were tested to if it was sexually motivated, and there was no signs of any assault. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how they can say that there was no sexual motivation. So
I'm trying to
he
remember
didn't
which
do
expert I
anything.
heard. Yeah, no, I'm like that's what the state should have said, that there was no evidence of him having done anything. But like in terms of the time that he had and being interrupted, a lot of people are saying, you don't really know what was his motivation for it.
Oh,
but I don't think that's what she was saying. I do think that it relates to probably something to do with the head injuries, or I don't know. I mean, like all she said was other things, but I think
it's how she said it.
Yeah.
There's other things. Let me go back to it. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, Maddie's family was talking. Hold on. Here, we'll go back to what she said, then we'll go to Maddie's family. Hold on.
Yeah.
Despite this meeting you had with prosecutors, there still sounds like there's something real in there. Can you explain that to us?
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee.
Another weapon.
There was other things that happened.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, StreamYard is not. All right, here we go. Another weapon. That's true too, Yvonne. They did.
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was. But
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered, but Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
Talk about that.
Okay, so that makes so there was another weapon, yes, and that's right, Yvonne. I remember back in the very beginning that they only returned one set of golf clubs, and there was two sets of golf clubs that were there, and they did not return Ethan's golf clubs. So that kind of okay. So if we're thinking about the timeline, right? If we're going back to and we'll get to the Mogan family interview here in a second, but if we're going back to the timeline of how the crime took place and how little amount of time took place until Xana encountered him, right? We go to that breakdown. Here, let me pull it back up real quick so I can show you guys as we discuss it. If you go to the breakdown, let's see here. All right, so if you go to the breakdown, so let me see. Walk from car to the kitchen at 4:11. So by the time, so 4 minutes later, okay, 4 minutes and 15 seconds later is when Xana encounters. So when I've been saying from the beginning how I think they had started off upstairs, the sounds of the dogs breaking through the third floor sliding glass door, waiting there for everybody, for everything to be, it's go time. I'm gonna wait up there and hide. Now, this kind of, I think, justifies the argument that I made in the beginning that Dylan didn't see him leaving the scene of the crime. She saw him actually walking back upstairs, because I always felt that they left out of the third floor sliding glass door as well, just to not give law enforcement any kind of step ahead, right? And so when you think about what she just said and how another weapon was used and how much damage was done to her face, stuff that we had heard from the very beginning, then it makes me really think that he really did walk back up there to do that. Because if you're talking about 4.5 minutes, unless there is another weapon that was, unless he was holding it and that's what looked like a vacuum, but it was a little bat or something like that, which it could be. Like the baton for a police, the ones that extend out, they close down, they collapse, and then you can extend it out. It could be that as well. But to have that much damage in that short period of time, it really makes me feel like right after that, like they went back up there real quick just to kind of finish. They got interrupted in what they were wanting to do, and now they're even angrier because now they had to. They were going in there to encounter one person. They ended up encountering two people in Maddie's bedroom, and then he had to encounter two more because of the extra person that was in there. Because who knows, maybe his goal was initially to break in and do something to her, expecting her to be asleep alone by herself in her bed and intoxicated. It really makes me wonder if he was watching the Twitch stream too. But I don't see how they could. maybe it was with the golf clubs, but the golf clubs were downstairs by Bethany. So did he really walk downstairs to get a golf club that he didn't even know would be there?
Yeah, and I mean also with Christy Gonzalez saying that it was never recovered. I mean, if they had thoroughly tested those golf clubs that they didn't return, they would have. I'm sure that they would have actually said so, and like because then they would have one of the weapons, right?
Well, it would be like, I guess, not being able to confirm that that was the actual weapon, you know? Like, the injuries can show one thing, but, like, the injuries can show one thing, but they couldn't definitively say that that is actually what committed that type of assault because they couldn't find the weapon, you know? It looks like it could be from this kind of a weapon, but we don't know for sure. I'm wondering really if really it wasn't some kind of, not like some kind of small bat, honestly. That was black as well. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, when you look at what he was studying and you're looking at what he kind of wanted to aspire to be, an officer, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if he had carried around a baton, you know, a baton that retracts or collapses and you can put it in your pocket. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's what Dylan saw as he was walking by. Was it wasn't a knife. She made it sound like a vacuum cleaner or some kind of tube of a vacuum cleaner type. But I could see that being some kind of like foot and a half, you know, some kind of foot and a half thick, you know, baton type thing, because that'll do some. I mean, hell, you know, if like it's one thing to go in there with a knife, it's another thing to go in there with some kind of baton and a knife. Can you imagine? Like if somebody like you'd be able to just, yeah, like a billy club, Yvonne. Exactly. Like seriously, like if you had a knife in one hand and like a baton billy club in the other, shoot, somebody's walking towards you. You don't have to worry about the reach of your hand with that knife. You can literally swing at somebody with that damn little baton and knock somebody out. You know, like with a knife, you're going to get some kind of resistance and fight back. But with that billy club, shoot, man, you just boom, bam, they're knocked out. Like there's no, I don't know. I mean, it makes you wonder, especially with the golf clubs too, though. I mean, why did they keep them?
Yeah, I mean that is a good point. Like it's not like they kept everything. I don't know.
Well, they would still have the clubs, but the thing is, you know, it could be like, yeah, we're missing a 6-iron. Well, yeah, okay, you're missing a 6-iron. You can pretty much say, well, it was probably a 6-iron that did this, but they didn't find it, and so they can't definitively say.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like they can with the knife sheath and the K-bar. So yeah, that was wild, hearing that part. I'm sure they signed a confidentiality agreement to not release some of the information when it comes to what they were told from the prosecution, when it comes to what took place. But I can guarantee you that they're going to push the boundaries and they're going to be letting a lot of us know pretty soon, you know, what the truth that happened. Because I put out a video yesterday where or the day before, where I was talking about how bad the prosecution is gaslighting the families and the justice for these victims. And it's wild that President Donald Trump actually put pressure on the prosecution to tell the families some answers. That's awesome.
It is very much.
Yeah, because it's like Steve G just said, like they weren't going to be told anything, and they were told they weren't going to be told anything. And then when President Trump put out that post and then put some pressure on the prosecution, they gave the families some answers. So, I mean, that's awesome that they actually got some answers to what took place. Because whether they can say it or not, like I said, I'm sure they had some kind of agreement not to say certain things for, after being told. But I'm sure we'll get the suggestive stuff where they're saying it but not saying it.
I'm sure. Apparently, the press conference is on.
Hold on one second. Okay, Associated, the press conference started. All right, hold on one second. Thank you, Caddy. We'll get to those other interviews here after this is done. I don't want to miss the very beginning, so I'm just going to fast forward it a skosh. All right, here we go.
So this will be your 5-minute warning. Final white balance, sound check. Good to go. Everybody? Checking 1, checking 2, sound. Comes up, comes down.
5-minute warning.
Checking. Sound. Keep talking. Sorry, gotta keep talking. So sound checking, 5-minute warning. Keep going. News conference for the Kohberger case. Post-conviction, post-sentencing.
Check out my melody.
Side. Welcome to the city of Boise.
Like Fred Durst.
Place to be. California.
Still better than Benny.
Yeah, it's a good song. It's a good song. My Way from Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So 5 minutes.
Check out my melody. All right, let me skip. Let me skip ahead here. Oh, there's Dollinger. All right. Okay. Playback. Normal. Oh, man, it's hard to do it when this is live. Hold on. There we go. Oh, come on, StreamYard, don't. And it's so crazy we called him the chief all the way back then.
Yeah.
Called it.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Dollinger. I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the city of Moscow, the state of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Bryan Kohberger brings the legal process to a close, following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Bogan, Xana Kernewel, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end, because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on.
Did he just say food?
We want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies
I think so, yeah.
in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together. You have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County.
This guy.
I can tell you, I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now.
Oh, he said shout out.
So today, you were all, I think, listening in, either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process. And we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath.
He did.
To Judge Hippler, the allegations are true.
Yep, he did. Took a plea.
He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one.
His hoorah.
We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI and your Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance of Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid and Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them. But we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say.
That's bullshit.
We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made. But this isn't a popularity contest.
That's bullshit.
We made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts.
I'm sick
Give
watching
this
this.
case closure in a sense it would never be
Yeah.
realized otherwise.
Just this guy. This
Judge
guy
Hibbler
makes me
talked
sick.
today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, it doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to
The families deserve
share
the answers, bro.
whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen.
Dude, this guy is gaslighting so bad. You heard Steve Jr. before
So-
this.
Yeah.
Makes me
I'll say
sick.
this with caution. I look forward to your questions.
Oh my God.
I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
I thought he was going to promote his next band's appearance.
Thanks, Bill.
My gosh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going. Even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplified the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal. The goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon, I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you. And your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
I'm Rolly with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there And certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence.
So the
Perhaps
house was a
location,
target.
Layout,
Huh.
we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that.
The house was the target.
During Haley got there KHQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger connection, if any?
Please
Right.
do.
There was no connection.
Thank
There wasn't
you.
at all. We
Thank you.
We looked into
Gosh.
every bit of it. We took a deep dive
Gosh.
into it. We researched it. We
It wasn't him.
It was not.
Thank God. I'm so tired of.
Is it possible that there was a second or what?
Yeah.
Not just tonight. Is it possible?
Yes.
All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second question that she was talking
Yeah, you have to listen to how he answered the question. He said the weapon that
Out of
killed
respect
them.
for the families, that's something that you'll have to
Right.
get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be.
That's not the weapon that killed Kaylee that she was talking about. He worded it very specifically.
no clues as to why he chose that house.
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's
It
not
is a
isolated
perfect.
Where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It is a
Yeah, so
perfect
no,
spot.
it doesn't make sense, and it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in, but at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs, so any
Yep.
one of us could come and go. And
Yep.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today,
so.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit.
What the heck?
Either putting up photographs, mentioning the victims' names, and just wondering about the emotional toll. And one other.
Something's going on with their feed.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses
That's a
are
dumb question. Was there an
almost
emotional toll?
indescribable.
Duh.
And
Is the sun
my
bright?
filters
Yep.
aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business.
Oh, I'm so
but I
tired
think
of
you
hearing
also
this guy
saw
talk.
that even Judge Schiffer was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it.
A black
There's something
heart?
I need to say though, real quick. This is the
Black
product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Herward, former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief.
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, and that leave you the law and crime. You said that, it was your decision to FBI prison. But Corporal Payne said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of the law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities, for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Hilderson, first of all, I want to say to Corporal Payne that the Chamber family told me you called them every night during that nearly 7-week time, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show that they're still carrying this. So that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we have folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is, we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar type. That's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So
What about the clothes and his ability to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Gabriel himself is just stabbed 34 times and then another victim is stabbed more?
right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it, and this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. That's what we were left with here.
Chief of SARS was CNN to Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And the stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no,
psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or give you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So, trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one. Not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving victims.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Just the tip.
This question is for Anthony Gallagher, actually. I remember when Anthony was Peacock assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're doing this?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Finn, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in one case like this in Idaho was matched by the extremely high level of secrecy of the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being sealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review.
I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is, it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing the trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who wanted to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. Thank you for the question.
What he used as evidence was
Did he say
speculation.
anything when he was arrested?
Come on now.
So Brett, myself, members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there. And I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation, the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit to help us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty
As soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down. So
What was his demeanor?
calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, and
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Ms. Kohberger take the plea deal again?
No.
Can I ask a follow-up? I know the report.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
I know there's some reports that there was
What?
No, and the belief was in the once she had roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
The little baton.
Who is going to testify about cleaning something off of his work computer, his software expert. Was there any evidence that he had tried to write anything from his phone, software-wise? The barn tried to delete his username.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively. So there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Oh, wow.
I can see it. Two softwares, or was it just one?
He had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home.
So
or
it
office.
was more than just the work computer that he had wiped.
He regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off, and use VPN on his devices also.
Kevin Fixer with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet over to Offram Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IgG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that portion.
I'll start and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So that you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Offram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IgG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IgG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would you have been able to track him?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, it could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it, but the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller, and then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten them through the car.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Conf 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family,
Good question.
mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
This is a really good press conference.
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered. And factoring into that,
that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick, it felt rushed, so why did this happen so quickly even though?
Good question.
Now, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwood in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families. And we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case, dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June, the end of the weekend when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty. The court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Michelle, thank you for 48 hours. I just had a question about when we look at the Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
Take this question here, and then we're going to have two more after that.
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different.
Yeah, they were
respect-
calling you out.
We respect that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
Dang.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan vending options. When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it.
At that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there. Or that there was a connection
Interesting.
through the restaurant.
Freaking mainstream media, man.
Follow-ups to earlier questions.
Yeah.
Freaking lies.
My question about the family. You said that you gave me evidence from the family. Was there any years of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were told to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously you follow this line of interest in the studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
So then I'm understanding that the planning process, if you're in that investigation for that payment from maybe that purchase of the paper mag on Amazon, you was in the first, I guess, step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
We don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that City of Moscow is going to be putting up hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process, and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just gonna wait a minute just to see if anything else is said. All right. I'll go ahead and turn it down a little bit. Let's see. I don't think they're going to be saying anything, but I'll just leave it up just in case. I'm surprised they answered that many questions, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was an interesting press conference. I don't know, especially in terms of what they were saying about the Mad Greek and the connection between, or lack thereof.
Yeah.
Because I think I heard somebody who wrote one of the new books. I can't remember what show it was on. She was saying that there was definitely an online connection between him and the victims, and like making it sound like a sure thing. So that's, it's good to get that confirmed.
Wow. Let me stream here. Oh, am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Okay, hold on.
It's cutting out a little bit just on your voice.
Yeah, it's such a pain. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to test out some programs again. But yeah, I was shocked. I like some of the answers that we got. I'm surprised that they said stuff. Also, yeah, they. I'm glad because there's a lot of speculation that just got debunked all right there.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of it. And so that's nice.
Yeah, especially about a criminal history. A lot of people had, I don't know where they came up with those stories, but it seems like there was no criminal or violent history that they know of.
No, it's crazy. Like they didn't even know what was in his hand. I mean, I'm so glad that they had that press conference. It answered, because there's even people that were even yesterday doing stuff about the Papa Rogers stuff and this and that.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my God. So even though there's not going to be a trial, it's nice that some of the stuff got debunked.
Yeah, and I think there probably will be more information in the police reports. Like, at least we can see the process of the steps that they went through.
Yeah, they're going to have their website out later today, they said. And so that'll be cool. They're not going to make people FOIA some stuff. I don't know. We'll see what happens with whatever documents that come out. I mean, you hear all the stuff they didn't know just in that press conference, especially when it comes to who was the target or what was the target. The freaking house, dude. You know how many other houses, like there's so many other houses that you could have literally picked. To say that the house was a target, that is ridiculous. Yes, it's a good setup, but dude, it's Moscow. That's so scrunched. There's all these different elevations. 1122 is not the only damn house where somebody, like that is so stupid.
Yeah.
You hear how much they don't have or don't know, and so I just I don't know. They're gonna put stuff out. You're gonna see. It's just all gonna be suggestive evidence, but it's crazy to think it's over. Sentencing's done.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interviews with the families coming out soon, especially tonight. But hopefully they all take the night off and just go spend the time with their loved ones, do the media stuff, in the next couple days or something. I hope they
Try
they
to
get
recover.
get some kind of peace and healing and just hang out with your family, because I can imagine all of the mainstream media people that are going to be, hey, we would like to know if you have it. It's just, I don't know. We'll see. But there's going to be a lot of stuff said, and I think they're going to, I can't wait to see what the Consalvis family says, because that's the only way anybody is going to know the truth and what exists and what don't. They're going to speak up and they're going to say it. And shout out again to Olivia, man. What an amazing job. The best victim impact statement I've ever heard in my life. It's so powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, she said that she wasn't going to let herself be further victimized. And I think that's exactly what she did. Like, exactly.
She did what I didn't, because I don't know, just with how much power he has with the whole key and knowing everything, I just didn't see anybody breaking him. I really didn't. And Olivia broke his ass hard, and you could see it. You could see his face turn red. You can see the mean mugs he was giving her. You could see that, he probably went in there thinking that nobody was going to break his protective shield, and I was definitely didn't think any of them were going to be able to break that little protective shield he has. And man, she not only broke through that, but she lit that shit on fire, man. She totally got to him and totally got under his skin. So he can at least walk away from this sentencing not having the power he was expecting to have when he left. Yeah, huge. So I'm glad. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and end this. I'm not sure what we're doing tonight. There's so much stuff. I mean, there's so much stuff to just not only the hearing, but this press conference. And it's just so wild, just so much on the mind. It's kind of crazy that it's finally over. All this time, it's finally over, and it's going to be weird. Definitely going to be weird not talking about the case, and with a trial coming up, or supposed to be, and court hearings to that's the next date coming up, and all this other stuff. It's a different day moving forward, and there's no more of this.
Yeah, it was weird.
Whatever comes out from the family's interviews, and whatever comes through the documents, and then other than that, I hope to see mainstream media kind of admit how fucking wrong they were with all this shit that they've been putting out there. That was just debunked from this press conference too. It'd be nice to, especially there's a couple of them that are have just been going crazy with this Papa Roger shit, and it's I don't know. It's gross. It's gross. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that we had it all in one. The press conference and afterwards, and the hearing, and a little bit before that. So I'm sure we're going to talk and have discussion shows about the different things that we noticed, or things that stuck out, or any of that. I'm going to work on a Zoom for BK only. And other than that, I'm just going to let this video be the all-in-one episode. Like, there's no reason to spend the next 2 days chopping it up and putting out little videos and stuff. It's all in one right here. There's no reason to put that much work into it. And I definitely want to have a show where I'd like to take calls and open up panel and stuff too, and hear what you guys have to say, not only about the court hearing, the statements, the press conference. Also, I have a whole bunch of questions for people on what they think with the post sentencing hearing. So, but stay tuned. I'll leave if we're coming on tonight, I'll put out a notification. I kind of want to do some games and stuff too, but I don't know. It's been a long day. It was a long night, long week and a half out there baking in the sun all damn day, and I'm just pooped. I'm just all this. But I don't know. Is there anything else you want to add? I mean, there's so much stuff. I'm sure we'll have a show where we're gonna there's like 7 pages of notes that I have. So to try and recap it all, rewatch the show.
I'm gonna rewatch it as well. Because like there's so much, it kind of all needs to settle. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It feels really weird that it's kind of will come to an end, but it's a good weird.
Yeah. Because that it's it's the finale. We saw what took place. It's over. Yeah. It's over. Sentencing's done. It's over. So, but it at least the attention, it innocent until proven guilty, regardless of the outcome, as long as the outcome is the ultimate truth and justice for these victims, families, and communities. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as the right person was convicted. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll have some shows discussing this. There's so much. I mean, literally, you could make like 15 freaking highlight videos out of it, with all the different stuff. But I'm going to get to work on some of these other cases and kind of figure out, now that we got this court hearing out of the way, figure out what we're going to be working on next coming up. So thank you so much for hanging out, Rosie. Appreciate you very much. If you're not subbed to her, let me drop her link again. And sorry for all the technical issues with StreamYard. I'm about to go back to EVMUX, because at least on there I could like have multiple browser screen shares, zoom in. Yeah. I'm because I'm sitting here at this court hearing. I'm like, you know what? I should have just messed with EVMUX again. Then I could have had a BK Zoom. We could have had the court hearing, the other one over here. I'm sitting here just this whole time going, I just you keep hoping for the best, and you just continue to get disappointed every single freaking day for like a month now. I think it's time to try it again. So I don't know. We'll see. But I apologize.
We understand.
All right, y'all. I appreciate you very much. Look for the noti. If there's something that's going to drop, I feel like doing something tonight, but there's some other stuff I got to finish up. And I really, honestly, I don't know if I really want to talk about, I kind of want to like talk about something different, honestly, or do something different, talk about something different. There's going to be a couple days of nothing but talking about this stuff coming up. So, oh yeah, I wanted to share that with you guys real quick. Okay, this was I took these photos, so I don't know if he necessarily drew this, you guys. So here is the black heart, but I don't even know if, honestly, when I was watching the court hearing, I never seen him draw anything. His hands were his hands were always at his side, so I don't know. I don't know if he drew that when
I have no
Olivia was
idea.
talking.
I didn't notice him drawing at any point either.
Either. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Let's see. There's Steve. Here, let me do this real quick. Let's go back to my stream. I didn't remember seeing his hands was always by
Right.
his, yeah. No. No, this was actually, it was there the whole time. Look. Okay, so it's already sitting there, and that's when Steve G's talking. Let's rewind a little bit more. It's there before Steve G's. No, it's there. It's there the whole time. So you can see, look at that. You got Maddie's stepdad. This is before the G family's even talking. That was sitting there the whole time. As soon as it starts, it's sitting there. So no,
Yeah.
there's, I don't know who started that.
Yeah.
But no, it was there the whole time. It's still sitting there, hands next to him, hands next to him, hands next to him, hands next to him, hands next to him. Nope, didn't happen. Yeah, he is
Never
handcuffed.
draw.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
when I seen something about the black card, I'm like, what the hell? He drew a black. At first, I saw a black card, then black heart, and I'm like, what? So I started to look it up. And I went back through our stream, and I was taking photos, and then I planned on zooming in on them when we were done. And but no, they were there it was there the whole time. I don't even know if it's a heart, and it could be, it's something else that's sitting on top of a piece of paper. So
yeah. I mean, it looks like it might be printed on there. I don't know if it's something that's drawn.
I think it's something that's sitting on top of the paper. Here, let me go back to the picture. I'll explain why. Excuse me. Because you can see on the outsides of that object, the paper goes upward. So you see how the object's sitting here? Excuse me. So that piece of paper's flat right here. When it leaves the object on one side, it goes up, and then it goes up on the other side. So the papers were folded like this, right? So the papers opened up like that, and it's something that's sitting on the paper to make sure that it doesn't fold back from the folding. It's so it stays open. So no, it was nothing that was even drew on there. But to me, it looks like like the size or the dimensions of a small CD case. Not that that's what it is, but if you look at it, it's like a smaller, almost like a 3.5 floppy disk size of an object. And it's not something that's written on the paper because it's not the same angle as the paper. The object is at a slightly different angle than this paper is. So it's something to me that is sitting on that paper to make sure that the paper is propped open for whatever whatever needs to be read. Yep, it's going to be a speculation train, y'all.
It's going to be so out of hand. I mean, it's already started, but
yeah, it's been already.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. The videos that were even coming out this morning, I'm just like, I don't know. I lost some respect for some people because, people that I had even collabed with in the past, and I'm sitting there like going, damn, like.
Yeah, I don't have.
You're going that direction, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. Stay tuned, and we'll see. I'm gonna start doing some shows where I'm just sitting back, drinking coffee, talking,
Yeah,
because
sounds good.
I've had to kind of rethink after getting that uh, after getting that copyright strike from that local news channel. I'm kind of had to try and rethink of some different avenues to go about doing what we do, because I definitely don't want it to happen again. And
No, of course not.
a lot of us use a lot of local news clips to bring awareness and attention to these cases. And when you can get a copyright strike from one, you can get one from any of them. And
Yeah.
so, I don't know, it's not worth losing your voice, because once you get 3 of those, you're banned for good no matter what. And it's not worth losing your voice because of some local news station that wants to take away from a community trying to spread awareness and attention.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
it'll be
surprised it even happened, you know.
yeah, but it will be a nice approach to just, just talk about it, like drink coffee and talk. It would be nice too.
I don't know. I mean, if I have to, that's kind of the way I look at it. It was nice being able to use local clips to spread awareness and attention, because they're the only ones that tell the truth.
Yeah.
So
It
I
is
kinda,
unfortunate.
yeah, I'm pretty bummed out about it, because you take away a huge tool on trying to do it as a community, you know. So I don't know. We'll see. What different things, I got different ideas, and I got even different kind of content that I'm already kind of getting stuff prepped and ready for that. Some live action content going on for that too. So I don't know. We'll see. It's been a thought process since it happened a week and a half ago or so. I've just kind of been deep in thought, like, how am I even supposed to?
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it's weird. One, like a local news station, like it's from somewhere where you never even expected, you know.
Yeah, I know it is unexpected. I mean, you would kind of think that local news would be more supportive.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like, look at how much you use, like, look at how much we use local reporters to battle the mainstream media misinformation. You know, you got mainstream media up there, and then you got local news that said, look guys, see this mainstream media, it's a bunch of BS. It's for clicks and all this stuff. I don't know, it's just really unfortunate. It really is, you know.
I'm sorry that happened too. Yeah.
I'm sorry it's that. I mean, it can happen to me, it can happen to anybody, and we're all trying to do this together as independent journalists, as a community, and when that happens, I'm sorry if it happens to anybody else, because it just shouldn't. I don't know. You think you'd live in a world where something like that wouldn't take place, and now even they are getting greedy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because I used one of their clips, they're getting greedy. It's not about the message at that point. It's about, I played their shit for 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's that's greed. That's not about what I thought that we were all trying to do out here, which is trying to get the truth and justice for these victims. So it's a different world now. You know, there's a new report that came out recently that YouTube has taken over any television station when it comes to viewership, and maybe it's the start of a new time and trend when it comes to journalism, and people, that's just how it's gonna go. I hate to see if anybody else has it happen to them, and unfortunately I feel like it's gonna. I feel like soon, over the next couple months, we're gonna start hearing about other channels have this happen to them with local news channels, and it's just not going to be. I don't know. They need us, and we need them.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess they don't see it that way, but yeah.
No, because most of these local news stations, you go to their videos and they only have like 30 fucking views on them. You know what I'm saying? Like I can go to the video. Let me use this as an example. The video the case Hayden, let me see here. Hayden that I brought up in the very beginning of the show, the missing kid from Muncie, Indiana. And that's a wild case. That's a wild one. Let me go to that local news clip that came out last night that made me even go, what? What happened here? Okay. 880 views. Okay. You see what I'm saying? 880 views. And that's why I'm saying we need each other. They need us and we need them. And so it's unfortunate when this kind of stuff takes place. So what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be doing a show on that case real soon. Here's the link to that latest video. Hayden Manis, Manis, out of Muncie. It's really wild, you guys. And if you guys thought the Sebastian Rogers case was wild, check out this one. There's the link for that. We're going to be covering it soon. Some new information has just came out, and when you guys hear how long he's been missing, and then when you guys hear when people were notified that he was missing, I'm talking years, you'll go, what? It's a really crazy case. And the little kid's still missing too, so we'll be doing a show on that soon, maybe even tonight. I don't know, we'll see. But appreciate you. If there's anything you want to say as we close out, go ahead. But I'm sure we're going to have a show discussing all of this crazy ass stuff that we saw and heard.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we will. I think like we said, I mean, I think it just needs to settle, but I'm good. I'm interested in this new case you're talking about. I'm gonna go look that up.
Hayden, Manis, and then here's the link to that. It's way worse than Sebastian's. Like it's pretty bad. You watch that little clip, it'll make you angry. You'll see what I'm talking about. We'll be doing that soon. But thank you all. Appreciate it very much. Thank you again, Rosie. Thank you for all your effort and hard work throughout this whole time when it comes to this case too. I just want to thank you all. Met a lot of you guys because of this case and some of the other cases that we've covered, but in the very beginning, this is the case that made the channel what it is. It was going to be a Art Bell type call-in, hangout, world events, alien stories, stuff like that. And this is the case that just from the shadiness from the beginning, 3 days until the press conference, nothing in the press conference. It was one of those things where it was like, this needs to be talked about because this is not right. And it changed. Really, I didn't even have, I never even had goals of going out live on location and and doing the boots on the ground work and none of that. I just wanted to hang back, have a late night talk show, do some calls and some panels and talk about whatever. And this case not only transformed the show, but it also transformed who I am and what I wanted to do when it comes to the future. Because I never even thought about it. And this case kind of changed all that. So it's just, it changed. I mean, how many people we've met through this case, throughout this whole time. Just all the people, that have came through and now you see them have their own channels, and it's just a beautiful thing. And a lot of beautiful things came from it, even though there's a lot of sadness and stuff that was taken away from the world. There was some stuff that was added to, for sure. So I want to just thank you, everybody, and thank you all. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so to me and Rosie. I'll drop her link in chat one more time, and please have a peaceful and positive day. If I don't see you later tonight, please be safe.
Good night. Bye.
Possibly with the daughter.